Chapter 755. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The free scholar waved at Qin Baisheng. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baisheng. Then, the free scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Hongxiu. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms. But it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baisheng is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Baiyunsheng sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baisheng, and he had a very high opinion of him. Fang Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall. It's not just Qin Baisheng's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals had obtained many immortal Gu they needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path, true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically. All the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Lishan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu immortal, not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other, especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu immortals could gather. It was extremely rare. Gu immortals needed to socialize. They placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with immortal Yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all the Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu immortals were talking nonstop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu immortals were few in number. The circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the free scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baisheng's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baisheng greeted. Qin Baisheng greets Lord Medicine Sovereign. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains. The hall went silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit still anymore. They stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured. Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little Four, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm. Even the Gu immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine. The Medicine Sovereign was extremely amiable as he nodded his head. He did not put on any airs. He did not rely on acting old. Like Tai Baiyunsheng, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal. He was also from the righteous path. He had the Huang gene bloodline. the first supreme elder of the Superforce Yao clan. He had a high reputation in Northern Plains. He could be said to be the leader of the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals. There were many stories about Yao Huang. They could not be finished even in 3 days and 3 nights. Here, there was a story that was most closely related to Fang Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. In the last 100 years, he often requested immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance to experiment on them. The more he researched, the more Yao Huang gained. He actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Even in front of many Gu Immortal experts, he could not see through it. In fact, for some time, Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was deceived. They thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was up, and he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang took advantage of this and declared that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At this time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, had already entered Eastern Sea. Zombie Alliance had no leader, only Yin Lu Gong, and the other 2 rank 7s were guarding it. Nobody in Zombie Alliance could see through Yao Huang's method, but at the final moment, he failed at the door of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang tried, he could not open the door. The immortal zombies looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not enter. He could only laugh loudly and remove his method, speaking the truth. Even though he deceived everyone, he had a high reputation and high cultivation level. No immortal zombie dared to make things difficult for him. In the end, they even sent him back politely. Just as the medicine sovereign entered, Yin Lu Gong also appeared. "Oh, it's little Lu." Yao Huang turned around and greeted. "Junior greets Lord Yao Huang." Yin Lu Gong had a flattered expression as he walked forward and greeted. This time, Zombie Alliance's mission was completed in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao Clan. I did not neglect my research. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to your cooperation with Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang chuckled as he thanked. "You flatter me. It is Zombie Alliance's honor to be able to cooperate with Lord Yao Huang. And in the future, when Lord Yao Huang creates a new healing immortal Gu, it will also benefit the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains." Yin Lu Gong was good at socializing. He knew how to speak. The medicine sovereign stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed Yin Lu Gong. "Come, little 6, sit together with this old man during the auction." Before Yin Lu Gong could refuse, he said to Qin Bai Sheng, "Little Qin, come, give us a single room." Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the 2 entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu Immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Shui, who each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream, Immortal Venerable appeared. Rank 8 was the peak of Gu Immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Shui, who was the #1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic. They were neutral. The final Prince's Impatience was also a righteous path Gu Immortal, but he was only an external Supreme Elder of a superforce, Gong Clan. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline. His status was quite awkward, and because of some grudges with Gong Clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong Clan. Only when Gong Clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic, and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts, who came later, wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener to be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's impatience is. Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female, Gu Immortal, entered the hall. It was Fengjoga, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baisheng quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the Grotto Heaven Tu Chi. I will represent his will in this trip. Fengjoga said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu Immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Fengjoga had an indifferent expression. Vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary. The Gu Immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course, this was also because Gu Immortals respected each other. They would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Fengjoga, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring under everyone's intense gazes. Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Feng Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next, he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Fengjoga's mind shook. Worldly Wave, Trace Immortal Gu, Delight in Water, and Mountain Immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms of our sex Immortal Gu house? Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Fengjoga's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's supreme elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sex saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court blessed land. Without Water Pavilion's help, Mo Yao would not have been able to enter Imperial Court blessed land. Now that Imperial Court blessed land has been destroyed, 88 Point Jinyang Tower has collapsed. Water Pavilion has also been destroyed. The core Immortal Gu have been obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Oh, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. According to the sex records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of luck path from 88 Point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, wanting to help her husband Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Bo Qing's tribulation was too deep, even with Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to attract a small portion of the calamity. He could not continue, and both died. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was also destroyed during the tribulation. To think that there was a new Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. This discovery gave Fengjoga even more questions. Where did Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu come from? Who refined it? Was it the auctioneer? Or was it because Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, scattered outside, and taken by others? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao had left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the refinement recipe of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu? At once, Fengjoga's thoughts were complex as they flashed through his mind. He suddenly laughed. Coming to this auction was the right choice. I have just entered, and I have already obtained so many clues. No matter what, I have to take back Delight in Water and Mountain, and Worldly Wave Trace Spirit Affinity House has already lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, it is rank 7, the price for it is too high. I will take a look before making a decision. Chapter 756. Time continued to move forward. The number of Gu immortals entering gradually decreased. After waiting for a while, Qin Baisheng closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the platform in front of the hall and announced, "Everyone, according to the agreement, the time has arrived. The auction will officially begin." Strange. Why did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not enter? Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted to Fang Yuan. That's right, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the hall after entering, but she is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan replied, "This auction has a main hall, a single room, and a secret room. If she chooses a secret room, she will enter it through a secret passage and will not show herself in public. But even if Fairy Li Shan enters a secret room, she will definitely inform us. Did you notice that none of He tribe's Gu immortals are here?" Tai Bai Yunsheng pointed out. Fang Yuan pondered. "Let's send a letter first and ask about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan have the Snowy Mountain Alliance with us. The possibility of them betraying us is not high. If they are attacked by He Cheng's group, with their strength, they should be able to send a letter requesting for help." While the two were discussing, the first item was brought out on the platform. As everyone knows, this is a sky chief cloud. When spread out, it can stretch for over 1,000,000 square kilometers. Such a large number of sky chief clouds are rare even in jewel yellow skies. The starting bid is 20 immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 5 immortal yuan stone. "Please begin." Qin Baisheng spoke. "Sky chief cloud, this is suitable for my Tai Bai blessed land." Tai Bai Yunqing's attention was immediately attracted. Without thinking, he controlled the mortal Gu prepared in the secret room to bid. Qin Baisheng had a feeling. He announced, 11th secret room, 30 immortal yuan stone. At the next moment, a cloud path Gu immortal in the hall spoke, 35 immortal yuan stone. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled, lightly, activating his mortal Gu and bidding again. He directly raised the price by another 10 pieces to 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone was enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The cloud path Gu immortal who made the bid earlier gritted his teeth. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were earth chief beasts underground and sky chief beasts in the sky, within the immemorial 9 heavens. Basically, there were more or less sky chief beasts living there. The so-called heavenly chief clouds were formed by the breathing of the heavenly chief beasts over a long period of time. The cloud could create an environment. The production of cloud path Gu worms in the immortal aperture increased greatly. If there was a group of sky chief beasts living in the clouds, that would be even better. If it was handled properly, there would be an endless supply of Tiankue clouds. However, the complete immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 Gu immortals. Each sky chief beast was at least a beast king comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each sky chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast sky chief. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Going once. Qin Baisheng saw that no one was bidding anymore, so he shouted, "In my blessed land, there is already a sky full of float ball tea grass. At the end of this month, we will have our first harvest. Next is to bring in the jade hummingbirds. If we add in sky chief clouds, we will have the foundation to bring in smallpox and floating hawks. Junior brother, even though you became an immortal later than me, you have already managed to immortal blessed land and have experience. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea?" Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baisheng spoke again. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai by Yunxing. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds, and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path. Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with. His attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later, he befriended Northern Plains Inkman King Mo Tan Sang and sold the killer Move 9 Cloud Ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Bai Yunxing to become even more interested in cloud path. Fang Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Bai Sheng shouted for the third time. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of sky chief clouds, going thrice, wait, 55 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another Gu immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect such a change. He quickly raised the price again, 60 pieces of immortal yuan stone. This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing got what he wanted. Next is the second auction item, a rare black soul antelope group. The beast group is 320,000, with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 4 pieces of immortal yuan stone. If you exchange for it with drooping rainbow ointment, you will get a discount. Qin Bai Sheng said. Black soul antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of Northern Plains. This beast group was huge in scale. It should be raised in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the Gu worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly soul path Gu worms. Thus they were especially attractive to soul path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal who sold this black soul antelope needed the Gu refinement material drooping rainbow ointment. Thus, he could use immortal yuan stone or drooping rainbow ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this black soul antelope was bought by a Gu immortal for 28 immortal yuan stone. The third auction item is a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era. It is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. The crucial point is that this Gu recipe has already been modified. All the Gu refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 immortal yuan stone. You can also use the skin of the desolate beast 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Bai Sheng shouted. 23 immortal yuan stone. You only increased the price by 1. Aren't you ashamed? 30 immortal yuan stone. I bid 32. The Gu Immortals bidding this time were clearly more than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm. It could not be used on humans, but it could be used on other targets. It was widely used for Gu refinement. For example, to refine a Gu worm, it needed 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, by using Inch of Time Gu, it would quickly reach the requirement of 3 days and 3 nights. It would accelerate the Gu worm's preparation and transformation. And the Gu master's true time consumption might only be a short moment. Fang Yuan had once obtained the Gu recipe of the antiquity era Gu worm group strength Gu. It was only worth 2 immortal yuan stone in the market. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but there was a complete set of 1 inch of time from rank 1 to rank 5. 5 inches of time from rank 1 to rank 5. Most importantly, this Gu recipe had already been modified by a Gu immortal. The Gu refinement materials were suitable for the current situation. They were not hard to obtain. Unlike the original Gu recipe, many of the Gu refinement materials were extremely rare. They were either expensive or extinct. Because of this, the price skyrocketed. The starting price was 22 immortal yuan stone. It quickly rose to 48. Tai Bai Yunxing also participated in this bidding. He bid 58 immortal yuan stone. At once, he raised the price by 10, intending to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunsheng was rich. He was even richer than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before. These two-time path healing immortal gu were very popular in Eastern Sea, especially when he explored Lu-blessed land. Even though he failed, but man as before saved a certain gu immortal. This gu immortal's reward was 100 or so immortal yuan stone, and he personally promised to owe Tai Bai Yunsheng a favor. He would repay it in the future. Most importantly, Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land was healthy. It produced green grape immortal essence every once in a while. He accumulated more and more green grape immortal essence. He could not use it. His Tai Bai blessed land. Time flowed 33 times faster than the outside world. It was about the same as He Lolan's super-grade blessed land. This was because it was a high-grade blessed land. Moreover, it was a time path gu immortal. It was quite outstanding in terms of time path resources. A day in the outside world was a month in Tai Bai blessed land. In theory, the blessed land would produce green grape immortal essence every month. At the same time in the outside world, Tai Bai Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence would be several times or even more than 10 times that of ordinary rank 6 gu immortals. In contrast, Fang Yuan, although he sold guts gu, he had to expend all kinds of resources, especially refining immortal yuan stone to exchange for green grape immortal essence. There was no helping it. His immortal aperture was already dead. It could not produce immortal essence. It would collapse and wither every once in a while. It was a huge burden to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid had indeed scared off most of the gu immortals who were bidding, but there was still a group that persisted. One by two, the price slowly rose to 66 immortal metastones. 66 immortal yuan stone to buy a set of mortal gu worm recipes. Some low-level gu immortals in the hall were tongue-tied. It is not expensive. Although Inch of Time cannot be used on oneself, it can save time and shorten the steps of gu refinement. It has a wide range of uses. We need to plan for the long term, especially for those gu immortals who cultivate refinement path. Over time, they can use Inch of Time to save 66 immortal yuan stone in profit. A gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already the limit. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher, unless they have special requirements, unless he has a special need. Another gu immortal added in his analysis, 66 immortal yuan stone, going once. Qin Baisheng shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai Bai Yunsheng, "Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal yuan stone. How about we compete together?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed. "Junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move." Thus, he continued to raise the price to 68. Only one gu immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal yuan stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng worked together and bought Inch of Time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal yuan stone. Time slowly passed. Treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense. The atmosphere was getting more heated. Many gu immortals lost their composure. Their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm, in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level gu immortals could no longer compete. Some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, rank 6 gu immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 gu immortals usually had hundreds of immortal yuan stone in their savings, while rank 7 gu immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At rank 8, they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary rank 6 goo immortals had weak foundations. Fortunately, they had resources to offset the price. Otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Feng Yuan only had a few hundred immortal yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally, but he rarely succeeded. Most of them failed. He waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baisheng announce, "Next, the immortal goo auction will begin. The main event is here." Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other goo immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Chapter 757. Qin Baisheng stood on the stage. He took out several mortal goo and threw them into the hall. Some goo immortals caught these mortal goo and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baisheng continued, "The auction of immortal goo is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages. They have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal goo. Thus, to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal goo. They can be used to point to an immortal goo auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random. There is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now, everyone, please inspect these mortal goo." These words caused a good response. The goo immortals took turns inspecting the mortal goo as they conversed. This is a good method. I was worried earlier that my immortal goo would be left behind. It would not be good for the auction. Qin Baisheng is not simple. This auction has covered all aspects. If he really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems. After this set of mortal goo was inspected by the goo immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon, it was Feng Yuan's turn. Feng Yuan inspected it personally. There were no problems. After the goo immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal goo was sent to a single room. The rank 8 goo immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal goo were sent to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who has concerns? Why don't you inspect it again?" As expected, some goo immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal goo, but it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The goo immortals were meticulous in their thinking. They wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, there was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal goo auction was about to begin. Qin Baisheng activated this set of mortal goo in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered. Smoke rose and gathered in the air, forming into the words, "Hidden Luck." "I have chosen it." Then, the first immortal goo is Stealth Luck Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly. Concealment Luck Immortal Goo was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai by Yunsheng held the East Window Goo and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time, many goo immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the East Window Goo. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal goo. As for those who were ranked last, they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 goo immortal great experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of Concealment Luck Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng introduced. Everyone can see this goo looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal goo that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path defensive immortal goo. Who has a metal path defensive immortal goo? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal Luck Immortal Goo. Concealing one's luck. Luck Path has Luck Inspection Goo. It can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck goo. It can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. It can counter rank 6 luck inspection goo. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the goo immortals discussed softly, but no one bid. If luck path was prosperous and widespread, so be it. But ever since Giant Sun, immortal, created luck path, he had been keeping it to himself, causing luck path mortal goo to be very rare. Especially concealment luck immortal goo. It could only display its value when the opponent had luck inspection immortal goo. This immortal goo's usage was too limited. It had a low price-performance ratio. The goo immortals were not fools. How could they bid carelessly? Damn it! The goo immortal, who had concealment luck immortal goo, was a female goo immortal. She sat in a single room, biting her lips as she helplessly watched as her concealment luck immortal goo was not auctioned. Nobody wanted to buy it. The first immortal goo was actually not auctioned. This was unexpected. Qin Bai Sheng's expression sank. He used his mortal goo to choose the second auction item. Light flashed, turning into a cicada immortal goo. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada. It had a large head and wide abdomen. Its body was shining with silver light. This is Heavenly Gong immortal goo, rank 6 sound path. I want to exchange for transformation path immortal goo, Qin Bai Sheng said. In the hall, a goo immortal saw this goo and shouted furiously, Heavenly Gong immortal goo. Humph, this immortal goo was mine, but He Langzi snatched it away. He Langzi, come out now. So be it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Langzi walked out with a sinister smile. It is He Langzi, after all, a famous lone cultivator of Northern Plains demonic path. I heard that he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Thus, he can snatch other people's immortal goo. This person was raised by a female wolf. His nature is like a wild beast. He is cruel and sinister. He acts alone. He is very different from ordinary people. Old ancestor Shui, who had once tried to recruit him, but he rejected him. The goo immortals discussed. He Langzi crossed his arms as he walked into the hall, sitting down in front of the roaring goo immortal. The goo immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other locations. The roaring goo immortal pointed at He Langzi. His face was red. His body was shaking from anger. What about me? He Langzi licked his lips. His gaze was ruthless and had a hint of mockery. Old Xiong Yuan, you are a sound path goo immortal. If you don't bid now, when will you? I happen to have a transformation path immortal goo here. It is called demon weasel skin. After using it, the human skin can turn into the skin of a heart demon weasel. Free Scholar's voice suddenly came from a single room. Heart demon weasel was a desolate beast. It usually had wisdom path goo worms on its body. Demon weasel skin could counter wisdom path attacks. After Free Scholar killed a heart demon weasel, he used its skin to refine this goo. But he already had a method to defend against wisdom path attacks. This goo was not a problem. Thus he took it out now. Demon weasel skin. If I gather demon weasel bones, demon weasel blood, and other related immortal goo, I can unleash the immortal killer move Heart Demon Weasel Transformation. He Langzi's gaze flashed as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths. Killer moves were easy to obtain. As long as one gathered an entire set of immortal goo, they would be able to create an immortal killer move. Thus, when exchanging for transformation path immortal goo, there were more considerations than other paths. He Langzi himself had 3 sets of wolf transformation immortal killer moves. He could turn into 3 different desolate beast wolves. He had great battle strength. Even though the heart demon weasel form was similar to a wolf, He Langzi wanted to develop into fighting in water. Thus, He Langzi shook his head. He did not speak. Qin Bai Sheng had been paying attention. Seeing this, he asked, Are there any other Gu immortals willing to bid? I have a moon demon bat claw immortal Gu. It can turn one's hand into a moon demon bat's claw. Feng Joga said. It is Princess Impatience's subordinate, Fairy Yulan. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path Gu immortal? Why does she want the sound path Heavenly Gong immortal Gu? She is representing the rank 8 great expert Princess Impatience. This bid might very well be Princess Impatience's intention. The Gu immortals started to make guesses. Nobody knew that the so-called Swordmaster Yulan was actually Feng Joga's impersonation. Feng Joga was a sound path Gu immortal. He needed Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. He Lang Zi did not speak. He shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw immortal Gu represented the immortal killer Move Moon Demon Bat transformation in the future. But He Lang Zi was not good at aerial combat. He hated the sky. This was because when he was young, he grew up in a wolf's den. He learned to run on 4 legs from a wolf mother and used his teeth to bite. Most wolves were land beasts. They could not fly. Qin Baisheng suddenly had a feeling. He said, a Gu immortal in the first secret room has made a bid, 1 grand smoke turtle armor immortal Gu, along with accurate information regarding ascending heaven plane. He Lang Zi's gaze flashed. He raised his head. Grand Smoke Turtle was a desolate beast of the sea. It fit his expectations. But this turtle was specialized in illusion concealment. It was slow and had weak defense. It was different from He Lang Zi's fighting style. Ascending Heaven Plane, what is this place? He Lang Zi asked. Even though he had strong battle strength, he was a loner. He did not trust any human Gu immortal. Thus, he did not have enough information. Humph, ignorant. Gu immortal Xiong Yuan sneered. He did not give up this chance to attack. He Lang Zi. Ascending Heaven Plane is a place. As long as one passes through it, even mortals can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason why the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul was able to enter the Black Heaven was through the ascending Heaven Plane. Qin Baisheng patiently explained. So that's it. He Lang Zi's heart moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator. He had to fight for every cultivation resource. But Northern 9 Heavens was already lacking in resources. It was controlled by super forces. And the immemorial 9 heavens were separated by the heavenly wind Qi Wall. Only Gu immortals with strong battle strength could forcefully break through and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only White Heaven and Black Heaven were left, the other heavens were in ruins. Some were even completely destroyed. But be it the complete heaven or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, resources were abundant. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind Qi Wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get information about ascending Heaven Plane. He Lang Zi got more excited as he thought about it. While he was thinking, another 2 Gu immortals took out Transformation Path, Immortal Gu, and competed. Among them was Gu immortal Xiong Yuan, who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear He Lang Zi to pieces. A total of 5 Gu immortals were competing for 1 immortal Gu. Both sides continued to compete. They added immortal Yuan stones or rare resources or added lost Gu recipes, or gave large beast groups. Eventually, He Lang Zi chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke, turtle armor immortal Gu, information about ascending Heaven Plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the Gu immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baisheng passed the information to him. After He Lang Zi obtained information about ascending Heaven Plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. Chapter 758. What? Is there a mistake in ascending Heaven Plane's information? Qin Baisheng's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No, He Lang Zi's expression was grim. He did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land. Qin Baisheng said, Bring me there. He Langzi said coldly. Qin Baisheng waved his hand and teleported He Langzi somewhere else. The latter counted the number. Seeing that there was no mistake, he collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Morong Jin Xiao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely playing with Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. Thank you for your help. That He Langzi saw that ascending heaven plane was in Eastern Sea, but he could not go. He must be furious. Morong Jin Xiao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path. She cultivates sound path. I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching He Langzi a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know its exact location. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fang Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Morong tribe. Soon, Fang Yuan put down his doubts. Because Qin Baisheng had already chosen his third immortal Gu for auction. It was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baisheng said loudly, Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu, rank 6 cloud path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a strength path Immortal Gu. Now, those who are interested, please actively bid. Fang Yuan was already a strength path Gu immortal. This was a fact. It was set in stone. Even if his strength path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of spring-autumn cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a time path Gu immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Fang Yuan chose the strength path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the strength path, just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the reckless savage, his strength path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Fang Yuan's blood path in his previous life. This was something Fang Yuan had not expected. Fang Yuan would rather give up the path of blood than give up the spring-autumn cicada. It was true that he was a blood path Grandmaster, but he was not the only blood path Grandmaster. The spring-autumn cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital Gu. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on time path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked time path foundation and was not a time path Gu immortal. With the current situation, Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Gu. This is Star Desolate Hound Strength Gu. It can obtain the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil, a Chi Grand Lion Strength Gu, and 5 drops of Rule I Blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A Gu Immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rule I Blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the Rule I Calamity. Only by piercing the Rule I can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal Gu, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Rule I Blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although Strength Path was declining, there were still many Strength Path Immortal Gu. If not for this auction, he would not be able to see so many Strength Path Immortal Goo. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains Goo Immortals usually had the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Goo Immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially Immortal Goo. Once they were exposed, they would be targeted. Thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these Goo Immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 Goo Immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo. After a few rounds, there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd Goo Immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Fang Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Baisheng. All right, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. An auction involving Immortal Goo was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, Immortal Goo were unique. Secondly, business was not developed. There was no true currency. Thirdly, Goo Immortals had different types of resources. Many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal Goo were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Fang Yuan and that Goo Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo, while Fang Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Langya. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo was because this was the only bird strength. The rest were land beast strength. Fang Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the 4th item was a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Once this Goo appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 Goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 Goo Immortals or ordinary rank 7 Goo Immortals compare to rank 8 Goo Immortals? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the final winner. He risked offending a rank 8 Great Expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 Elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The 5th and 6th items were Metal Path Immortal Goo. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path Goo Worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Baisheng. He was not only the host, he was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass. Immortal Goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions, but the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower allowed most Goo Immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen immortal Goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains Goo Immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item, Worldly Wave Trace. This Goo is rank 6, used for movement. Qin Baisheng was still introducing when 2 Goo Immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here, Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal Goo of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Jioge lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room. Worldly wave trace. Not bad. I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe. As long as I obtain it, I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo. Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 Goo Immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal goo varied from person to person. For Feng Jioge, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion. For Eastern Sea's Goo Immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These two choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo, 1 Peach Wolf Strength Goo, 1 Roar Whale Strength Goo. The Goo Immortals bid. Feng Jioge waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the rank 6 Goo Immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Sword Master Yulan's voice, he said, I also have a strength path immortal goo called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of heaven gold. Heaven gold. Incredible. This is an immortal material on par with Rule I blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once. It is much more than those 5 drops of Rule I blood. Did I hear wrongly? Suddenly, the hall shook slightly. Feng Jioge took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven gold was not a joke. It was extremely valuable. But this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his mortal goo and made another bid. A strength path immortal goo, overturning river, and another 250 kilograms of split divine water. Crazy! 250 kilograms of split divine water. This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 immortal goo. Split divine water can completely match heaven gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jioge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Sword Master Yulan's identity, he had less worries. He said in front of everyone, what else does the seller need, be it materials, goo recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves? Just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the Goo Immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Princess Impatience. It seems that Princess Impatience wants to bid for this immortal goo. Even that Eastern Sea Goo Immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly. His fighting spirit was roused. Princess Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Sword Master Yulan, wanting to challenge Princess Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Langia before secretly giving it to Qin Bai Sheng. After Qin Bai Sheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the 3rd time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan tossed out, Feng Zhouge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Shao, who was beside him, "How many Refinement Path Grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with Refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only Refinement Path Gu Immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao answered without hesitation. There are 4 Refinement Grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao Clan's rank 8 Gu Immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his Refinement Path attainment had already surpassed Grandmaster, reaching quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is Murong Clan's Gu Immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a Snow Path Immortal Gu. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Gu for many Demonic Path Gu Immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miao Li. She is skilled in refining Enslavement Path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea, rank 8 Gu Immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Gu refinement materials. Even if he asks for a sky-high price, we can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Gu Immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now, this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious. It's simply unfathomable. Qin Bai Sheng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Gu Immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal and Murong Jin Shao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary, but there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him, and this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Bai Sheng guessed. To some extent, he had guessed correctly, because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Langya. Long-hair ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 thunder sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhouge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious, hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Shao Chun was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Zhouge took out 150 thunder sound leaves. He. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal laughed lightly. Is Princess Impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal shouted, I am willing to offer 360 heaven-flying jade. Heaven-flying jade. It is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial nine heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent. It is like a bird or beast. It can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven-flying jade at once. It satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was also feeling heartache. Once he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven-flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for worldly wave trace immortal goo, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Fong Jioga snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him. They had to obtain worldly wave trace immortal goo no matter what, taking out 360 heaven-flying jade at once. It showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Fong Jioga? He was the publicly recognized number one person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 Goo Immortals, with Spirit Affinity House as his backing. And after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 Goo Immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Fong Jioga would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Fong Jioga did not hesitate, bidding again. I will add 10,000 star pupil. Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial nine heavens. It could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky. As the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds, there were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones. There were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems. The starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus, it was called star pupil. Fong Jioga's bid shocked the Goo Immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal goo. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Swordmaster Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal heard Fong Jioga's bid, and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack, even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality. A broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal said. Fang Yuan thought about it. The voice in the first secret room was right. It was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langya gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langya did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Fong Jioga smiled coldly. He continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire, and starhan wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list, but the variety was shocking. A Goo Immortal sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant. She is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Gu immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice. This is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu immortal in the first secret room has a huge background. He will not give up so easily. Feng Joga's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Gu immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list. He probably cultivates refinement path. Gu refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers. I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Joga continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Gu immortals in the hall were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Joga or the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Gu immortal Morong Jinshao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Gu immortal 5 elements, Grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path. He needed all 5 path Gu worms. He had wanted to bid for water path immortal Gu worldly wave trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Fang Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Joga and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Fang Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Fang Yuan was not overjoyed. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool. They were pursuing worldly wave trace immortal Gu so intensely, it meant that this immortal Gu could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed. It was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal Qi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Gu immortals can get drunk from it. It can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal Qi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal Qi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Gu immortal was truly rich. This heavy blow made Feng Joga's expression turn grim. Feng Joga knew the value of this drunken immortal Qi. 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Feng Joga hesitated. If he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for one worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Of course it was worth it. Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, mortal Gu were easy to refine, but the 3 immortal Gu were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear. Every core immortal Gu they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Feng Joga thought rapidly. After making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and took out another immortal Gu. This is the Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water. He bid. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall erupted with commotion. The Gu immortals discussed. Many Gu immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baisheng was also a little dazed. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1. Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Joga had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Joga's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Joga Was a sound path goo immortal? Why did he have two strength path immortal goo? In fact, he had far more than these two immortal goo. Feng Jioge had led more than 10 goo immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal goo as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent goo immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal goo from their sects with the intention of exchanging for goo. After all, goo worms were hard to snatch. A goo master could easily make a goo worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal goo were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal goo were from obscure paths. For example, strength path, chi path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Bai Sheng had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Jioge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say, this time, Feng Jioge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision. It was a premeditated action. In the current world, strength path was not flourishing. It was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate strength path even if they were beaten to death, using these goo worms to exchange for other goo worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's goo immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Jioge. After all, Feng Jioge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's goo immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Jioge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up, so he made a final effort and bid, "I will add a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg." Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient, desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 goo immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living, ancient, desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly, it was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate, immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The goo immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice. An immortal goo and an ancient desolate beast both have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to choose between them. Immortal goo are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful, especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path. He might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea goo immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Jioge was trading 2 for 1. He was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea goo immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Feng Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end? And who did Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Feng Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng nodded and announced, "The seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to Fairy Yulan." Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal goo require a lot of immortal essence. This worldly wave trace immortal goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to. It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging one immortal goo for two immortal goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools, since they can pay such a high price. They will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them. Fang Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this sword master Yulan in buying worldly wave trace immortal goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Goo immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path immortal goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the goo immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier. Many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path goo cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downturn. After all, Feng Zhoga and the Eastern Sea Goo immortals bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with two Strength Path immortal goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Fang Yuan checked them. The quantity and quality were all correct. The two Strength Path immortal goo were cooperated by Feng Zhoga. They had already been completely refined by Fang Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, worldly wave trace immortal goo was in Feng Zhoga's hands. This is worldly wave trace immortal goo. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Zhoga sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal goo were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Goo Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Goo. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly. The Goo immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining. Few people cultivated it. Thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him. His voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous Strength Path expert. Why would Qin Baisheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Zhoga drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Feng Zhoga attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare Strength Path Goo immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new Strength Path. Strength Path was a huge path. It had once been glorious. Right now, Strength Path was divided into Beast Strength Phantom style, Weather Heaven and Earth style, and Human Strength June Strength style. Beast Strength Phantom style was Bull Strength, Tiger Strength, and so on. The strength path immortal goo that Feng Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo, belonged to this path. Weather Heaven and Earth style was wind strength, water strength, fire strength, and so on. For example, when Feng Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. They belonged to this path. Human Strength June Strength style was Gene Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Gene Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, Strength of 100 June Goo, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Do alone. He led the trend and allowed the old strength path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, Human Strength June Strength style was the mainstream of strength path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Goo masters had a foundation in strength path. Almost all of them used Gene Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Gene Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chu Do alone changed the current situation of strength path. He influenced the situation of all the Goo cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Joga had to pay attention to him. A lot of attention, in fact. Northern Plains has many battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Joga's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded, 1 delight in water and mountain immortal goo, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Guh. Feng Joga spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes were wide open. He no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He gasped. Damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal goo could be auctioned. They could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal goo. If not for this, the immortal goo in the records would be stuck and could not be traded. It would be very detrimental to the auction. Feng Joga naturally understood this rule. He was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Feng Yuan had a need for strength path immortal goo. He had been paying attention to this strength path immortal goo for a long time. Throwing out delight in water and mountain immortal goo now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Feng Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Do raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special. It originated from green heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move. It would blow on the spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. 1 Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value. It was not inferior to the 150 Thunder Sound leaves that Feng Joga had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chu Do. Feng Yuan muttered. He had a realization. It seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. Chapter 761. 10th Secret Room bids for a complete Heavenly Dragon skeleton and 30 tails of Earth Fiend powder. Qin Baisheng stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a Heaven Pillar Wind, when the Goo Immortal in the 10th Secret Room immediately increased the bid, without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Feng Joga and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1. The 10th Secret Room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chu Du felt some pressure. He was an old generation Goo cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He had a deep foundation. At his peak, he had over 10,000 immortal yuan stone. But times had changed. Chu Du's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently, but his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered white heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end, he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries, he borrowed other people's immortal goo. He expended a lot of them. He made a loss in the end. The immemorial nine heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something, one had to take risks. Thus, Chu-Du was short of money now. But Strength Path defensive immortal goo are rare. I have been a Strength Path goo immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chu-Du thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Fang Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chu-Du could not hold on any longer. He secretly sent a message to Qin Baisheng, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Baisheng was surprised, but his expression did not change. He secretly asked Fang Yuan. After getting Fang Yuan's permission, only then did Chu-Du send a letter to secret room number 10. In the letter, if Fang Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chu-Du would owe Fang Yuan a favor. He would do something of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in the future. If Fang Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal goo to make an oath. Not only that, Chu-Du would also provide Fang Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chu-Du's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Fang Yuan. Of course, Fang Yuan would not agree. He was also a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He naturally wanted this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. As for the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true intent, Fang Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chu-Du was very wealthy, but I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. He. Fang Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chu-Du gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Fang Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. It was very expensive. Chu-Du sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Fang Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the Goo immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange, Lord Chu-Du seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chu-Du had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other. Sighing, Chu-Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him. That was Feng Jioge. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu-Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu-Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Fang Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo are in the hands of the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the Imperial Court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy Delight in Water and Mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo, that would be even worse. Feng Jioge continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again, if the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioga had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point. Even if Feng Jioga succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo. He would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jioji's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move. It was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple. If Feng Jioga's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything. It would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Jioga finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu do the Goo Immortals in the single rooms, and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman to contact Feng Yuan. As long as the Goo Immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Feng Jioga said directly he was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, but he had a request. He hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Jioga's true motive, but he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioga, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the True Heaven Silver. With Feng Jioga's help, Chu Du had confidence. He started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioga. But now, because of Feng Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Feng Jioga's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioga, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Feng Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Feng Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Lang Ya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioga to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioga had no choice but to persevere. while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with worldly wave trace immortal goo is going to repeat itself. Domination immortal do seems to be very interested in this strength goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a strength path immortal goo, opposing do. Neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the goo immortals discussed. Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore. He left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Du clearly had no hope. That's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Fang Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Fang Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes. He had some gains from his earlier thoughts. He had some guesses. I must get this cauldron strength, immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front. What else does the seller need? Just state it. I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here. What does the seller need? State it. Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple. He is directly challenging Du. As expected, it has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of worldly wave trace goo. Now, let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a wisdom path inheritance. Seeing this request, Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jioga also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal goo, but the seller's request for a wisdom path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few wisdom path inheritances. Fang Yuan had offered a high price in jewel yellow skies for a wisdom path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Fang Yuan threw out earlier, most goo immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path goo immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioga. Fang Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal goo are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance. This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength, immortal goo, will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal goo is not auctioned, according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of Cauldron's strength, immortal goo, also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Bai Sheng received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. Even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room, his voice was heard. "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Fang Yuan's voice, and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Prince's impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances, but he did not have any now. He quickly used Whole Earth Goo in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent Goo Immortals. The 9 Central Continent Goo Immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. The other was Chun Jinqi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock, a flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the 2's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Chun Jinqi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Chun Jinqi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete wisdom path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete wisdom path inheritance, but that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material true heaven silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere true heaven silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning immortal goo, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, "I do not have an inheritance. I will withdraw from this auction." Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince's impatience. They were only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true heaven silver. That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Fang Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioga's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Jioga did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Jiogu himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Jiuge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Fang Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Jiuge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Jiuge had many similarities with Fang Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Fang Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Fang Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo Immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious Goo Immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price. The auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Goo become so popular? Everyone is competing for them. Qin Baisheng was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan came together. They should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him, even the person involved, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was confused. He had only just received Fang Yuan's message, thus he made the bid. In any case, the seller could only choose one person to transact. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they would only get one price. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th Secret Room, Fang Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Bai Yunsheng. After bidding several times, Tai Bai Yunsheng put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Bai Yunsheng received Qin Baisheng's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Bai Yunsheng received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal, with the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid. Seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately reported this matter to Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Swordmaster Yulan. Swordmaster Yulan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Swordmaster Yulan. Prince's impatience. He could not sit still, directly stood up and started pacing. Fang Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first, and then Tai Bai Yunsheng for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of cauldron strength immortal goo, he will not sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo if he needs it. Swordmaster Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 strength path immortal goo to buy worldly wave trace goo. Now, she is thinking of ways to stop my delight in water and mountain immortal goo for what? The answer had already flashed in his mind. That was the rank 7 immortal goo house, water pavilion. Fang Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. As if he could see through layers of illusions, he could see the many goo immortals in the hall, Sword Master Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart. Amazing! This is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a certain supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's impatience with his emotions. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Fang Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. Chapter 763. This Swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioge's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Fang Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioge was tricked by Chu Du Domination Immortal's letter to Fang Yuan was not known to Feng Jioge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity, he had too many concerns, and his hands were tied. Unlike Fang Yuan, he had Tai by Yunsheng to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jioge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not simple, he was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Fang Yuan sat down again. He quoted the price and acted with Tai by Yunsheng while thinking. Now, the situation had changed. Fang Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jioge did not know that Fang Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open, and he was in the dark. Right now, Fang Yuan was thinking about whether to keep delight in water and mountain goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan, or to exchange for cauldron strength immortal goo, or to directly sell delight in water and mountain goo to Swordmaster Yulan. To sell it to Swordmaster Yulan, with Fang Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Fang Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron's strength, immortal goo. This strength path, defensive immortal goo, was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A wisdom path, immortal goo, good thought goo, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this cauldron, strength, immortal goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the goo immortal bidding for cauldron's strength, immortal goo had an extraordinary background. He was one of the 5 great rank 8 goo immortals of Northern Plains, refinement path goo immortal Yao Huang. The medicine sovereign is participating in the auction as well. He is a refinement path goo immortal. Why does he need strength path? Don't tell me this cauldron's strength, immortal goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this cauldron's strength, immortal goo?" Yao Huang chuckled. "Precisely. I want to refine the immortal goo resurrection from the dead. There is a hurdle. I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus, ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal, and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, phantom path is the best. Strength path is the best, space path is second, and rule path is the last." Yin Lu Gong realized phantom path immortal goo are rare to begin with. They are similar to wisdom path inheritances. Phantom path immortal goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this cauldron's strength immortal goo uses strength to form a cauldron. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. It is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, and refine. It all depends on the heart. Immortal goo are only tools. How they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other goo immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story. Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal goo called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this goo could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked refinement path. He was also most proficient in refining healing goo worms. This resurrection from the dead immortal goo was his first creation. He had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining immortal goo resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining immortal goo. Once I refine the immortal goo, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lu Gong while bidding. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. Senior is saying? That's right, Yao Huang admitted. This goo involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies. It can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal goo, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan goo are hard to find. I do not have much lifespan left. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it? Cooperate with me. Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved, but to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo, there needs to be something with life and death Dao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main goo refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong quickly waved his hand. Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it. An alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move rock skin coffin to keep them inside. To guard the discussion hall's door, I did not use it lightly. Humph, you immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, "How about this, Senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the 3 of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform Leader Fantian and let her decide. Within a few months, we will give you an answer." Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The 3 of you leaders are truly loyal to Fantian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat. Hearing Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time, he replied to Yao Huang, "It is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most goo immortals reject us immortal zombies. They look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. "I withdraw." From the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunshen also said, "I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang. I admit defeat." Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his Wisdom Path inheritance. He even split an immortal goo to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, sighing, "This is only rank 6. It seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way, I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead goo." Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. He knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him. He was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 great expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged. A rank 8 great expert would attack. Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Goo Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Fang Yuan backed off. Feng Zhouge also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Zhouge's benefits. If Fang Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain delight in water and mount an immortal goo. Feng Zhouge would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a wisdom path immortal goo. They would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Zhouge could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity. He had been asking Qin Baisheng to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier goo cultivator with weak battle strength. Otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the cauldron strength immortal goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next immortal goo. This is the third luck path immortal goo. A goo immortal said, "The mysterious luck path immortal goo had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun immortal, Northern Plains goo immortals had a special feeling towards luck path immortal goo. The second luck path immortal goo was called Peach Blossom Luck. It had already been bought at a high price. This luck path immortal goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage immortal goo. It could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a fire path immortal goo." Chapter 764. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several luck path immortal goo appeared one after another. Move luck goo that could rapidly expend luck, seal luck goo that could seal luck, transfer luck goo that could transfer luck, and also the break luck immortal goo that Fang Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these luck path immortal goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream immortal goo like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. If he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Fang Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Fang Yuan had tasted the bitterness of luck path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of luck path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some luck path immortal goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed break luck immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had connect luck immortal goo. It could be used with break luck immortal goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities. He could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him. Fang Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next immortal goo is a rank 7 luck path immortal goo. It is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's turn. Qin Baisheng introduced it slowly. Rank 7 immortal goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were rank 6 immortal goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising rank 6 to rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for rank 8 immortal goo, there was no one in this auction. The goo immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 immortal goo. They were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's usage, the goo immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others, but there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo had a market. Some large forces needed it and could help their own members. Some goo immortals were also interested. They could use this goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 strength path immortal goo. No one in this auction could take it out. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Baisheng, announcing that he could use rank 7 time path immortal goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning immortal goo, I wonder if this immortal goo also came from the goo immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Zhouge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Baisheng, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. "Fairy Orchid, you really can't hold it in any more." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not sold. Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a rank 7 Immortal Goo, and it had to be a Strength Path Immortal Goo. There were not many of such Immortal Goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not as attractive as other Immortal Goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Feng Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not the only Immortal Goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one Luck Concealment Immortal Goo that was not sold. After that, several other Immortal Goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction Immortal Goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention, which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid. Time continued to pass. Immortal Goo after Immortal Goo appeared on the stage and were bought. The Goo Immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few Immortal Goo left on the list. They were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baisheng obtained. The next Immortal Goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. It is Wisdom Path Rank 6. The seller's condition is a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. Defensive Immortal Goo is the best. Qin Baisheng announced. When there were only a few Immortal Goo left, it was finally Feng Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo's turn. This time, he was still asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo. As for the Immortal Zombie Body and the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Once these two matters were mentioned, together with the Strength Path Immortal Goo, the clues would be too obvious. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. This was already known to everyone. Even if Feng Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in exchange for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. The threshold for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng had just finished speaking when several Goo Immortals made their bids. Strength Path was declining, while Wisdom Path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most Goo Immortals, Rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo were much more enticing than Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo became quite lively. Feng Yuan listened to the bids carefully. He did not move. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This Goo is of both Food Path and Strength Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation Immortal Goo. It can allow the Goo Immortals' Strength Path Dao marks to grow on their own by eating Strength Path beast meat or fruits and vegetables. It is completely compatible with the Goo Immortals' body. Once she said this, almost all the Goo Immortals present were shocked. This is a good Immortal Goo. For Strength Path Goo Immortals, it is indeed rare. Food Path no longer exists. It is even worse than Strength Path. At least, Strength Path was still at its peak, but Food Path did not exist, and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising Goo. Hearing the discussions of the Goo Immortals in the hall, Feng Joga smiled. This Immortal Goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Joga had expected Feng Yuan's request. Thus he asked Prince's Impatience for help. Even though he had many Strength Path Immortal Goo, in terms of Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Prince's Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's Impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This Goo was very beneficial to Strength Path Goo Immortals, but to Prince's Impatience, it was not very useful. Feng Zhouge sent a letter asking for help. Prince's impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Zhouge's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if this immortal goo can be transferred. I am willing to use another strength path immortal goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Soon, Chudu sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also strength path, how can it be more attractive than eat strength goo? Feng Zhouge replied, rejecting Chudu's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious goo immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for strength path immortal goo. It was very likely that he was a strength path goo immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of eat strength immortal goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Zhouge expected. Feng Yuan heard the introduction of eat strength immortal goo and was shocked and joyful. This eat strength immortal goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that goo immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the goo immortal's body would gain more Tao marks of their own path. The more Tao marks a goo immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Tao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Tao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing goo immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Tao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding immortal goo, the greater the amplification of the immortal goo's power. When Feng Yuan used worldly wave trace immortal goo, the strength path Tao marks on his body were not related to worldly wave trace's water path Tao marks. They conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good. He could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Feng Yuan used strength path immortal goo like pulling mountain and pulling water, he could resonate with the immortal goo. Not only could he increase the immortal goo's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Feng Yuan could understand the laws of strength path through using the immortal goo. The deeper the understanding, the more his strength path attainment level would increase. It would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Feng Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced. The targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Feng Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Tao marks. There would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Tao marks, I can use immortal goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to carve Tao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal goo are not suitable for the human body. They are rare and have little effect. The Tao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal goo are not as good as the Tao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Feng Yuan had experience in using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body. It was not easy to use. Sometimes it could create beast phantoms. Sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Feng Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Tao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Tao marks were not perfect for Feng Yuan's body. After all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Tao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Feng Yuan's body, Fang Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle and unleash the Strength Path Beast Phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal goo, all-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the Strength Path Tao marks on the human body at all times. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital goo, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Langya. There were thousands of immortal goo recipes in Langya Blessed Land. He hoped that there was an immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo among them. Chapter 765. But currently, the relationship between Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langya had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal goo recipes. Even the mortal goo recipes, land spirit of Langya treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding goo refinement, land spirit of Langya was very stingy. Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier, these variant human slaves. As long as they were related to goo refinement, land spirit of Langya treated them as treasures, not to mention goo recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal Goo could allow goo immortals to create their own strength path Tao marks. This way, the Tao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant. He could use this immortal goo to make up for it. Fang Yuan was moved. One could say, as long as it was a strength path goo immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal Goo. With this strength path immortal goo, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Jioge sat calmly. He was very confident. Once this goo appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity! Fang Yuan laughed coldly. At this time, in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid. 1 Iron Crown Eagle's Strength Immortal Goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material law, I Blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. But during this process, he did not expose his identity. Fang Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Bai Sheng. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Bai Sheng, the other Goo immortals present did not know. Qin Bai Sheng had signed the alliance agreement. He naturally would not leak any information. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai, Bai Yunsheng. Feng Jioge had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He asked Princess Impatience for help. How could Fang Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai, Bai Yunsheng, to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Bai Sheng. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng did not reveal his and Fang Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon Sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Bai Yunsheng made his offer, Fang Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Jioge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a Beast Strength Immortal Goo and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He could use it if he had it. He was also a strength path goo immortal. The reason why he gave up on a strength path immortal goo. He was eyeing Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity? He could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see it. He did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his bid again. Feng Jioga's brows furrowed, even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal goo. Feng Jioga could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this eat-strength goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Jioga did not fall into the trap easily. He was a hero after all. He decided to slow down. This way, he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Fang Yuan's intentions. Sword Master Yulan stopped bidding, as if she was unwilling to part with strength, immortal goo. She backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the goo immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Feng Jioga to sell strength, immortal goo to him. Feng Jioga laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunsheng, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating goo immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was strength, immortal goo. But Feng Jioga did not relent. He seemed to want to compete for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Chu Du did not dare to slack off. He kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent strength, immortal goo from falling into his hands. On the other hand, even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Sword Master Yulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Jioga's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a goo immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal goo so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials. The price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A wisdom path immortal goo that can only produce joyful can be sold at such a high price. It is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal goo to obtain delight in water and mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai Bai Yunsheng made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the grand domination immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price. Under the attention of the goo immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Sha Huang, as an immortal zombie, is actually so shrewd. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted. He is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Baisheng knew. Fang Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. But it was not easy to execute this plan while being part of the situation. It required a lot of judgment, as well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fang Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai Bai Yunsheng to raise the price. He was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Otherwise he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed. He went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this. Only Tai Bai Yunsheng was left. Even so, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan. It was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Baisheng his decision. Qin Baisheng heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Baisheng were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood, but he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Baisheng shook his head. He was on the stage. He did not have time to think. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a while, he said, 23rd secret room, going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain. Even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price. His goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high. I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment. It is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Fang Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering. Did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room, going thrice. Qin Baisheng shouted until here, when he was interrupted. Feng Jioga spoke. 1 eat strength immortal goo, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price alone. Everyone gasped to think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baisheng was also stunned. Domination, Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale. He sighed deeply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Swordmaster Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice could be heard. He raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Jioga smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about water pavilions matter. After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Jioga was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioga quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the Gu immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu's price continued to rise. Soon, it entered the top 5. Next, it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Jioge's 2-for-1 exchange for Feng Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal Gu. Do I have to exchange 2-for-1? Feng Jioge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Jioge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchanged 2-for-1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion Gu. Feng Jioge's target was Water Pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal Gu, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion Gu. Feng Jioge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Feng Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next, he asked Qin Baisheng for a new request, a complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Jioge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunxing shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge followed. I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly, saying, The seller, please state a new request. The Gu immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise. Qin Baisheng was silent for a while, before speaking for Feng Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Jioge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move. Even though it is mortal, it originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar face. Thieving heaven demon venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Jioge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting, I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is called vaguely familiar face. Everyone gasped. Feng Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Feng Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had vaguely familiar face, but they kept it a secret. During the 5 Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was vaguely familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Jioge. In his previous life, Feng Jioge contributed it to the sect, thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this. He did not guess that the other party was Feng Jioge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jioge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan immediately decided to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo to Swordmaster Yulan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baisheng was already auctioning the next immortal goo. Feng Jioge was expressionless, looking at delight in water and mountain immortal goo in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Eat Strength Immortal Goo is precious, but it is only useful to Strength Path Goo Immortals. Even if I sacrificed Vaguely Familiar Face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core Immortal Goo is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jioge reflected in his heart. His expression gradually eased. In the hall, many Goo Immortals were bidding for Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was like Feng Jioge. He was not on the stage. He was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jioge gave up Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was slightly more complete than Fang Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. There was a goo recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 memory thought goo, an immortal goo recipe for recall immortal goo, and several mortal killer moves. This memory thought goo is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine recall immortal goo, that would be even better. Fang Yuan inspected it and stored this Wisdom Path inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine immortal goo for the time being. The cost of refining immortal goo was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Fang Yuan already had many immortal goo. He did not need to use recall immortal goo. It was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if Eat Strength Immortal Goo could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly. It could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Fang Yuan focused on Vaguely Familiar Face. This was an incomplete, immortal killer move. It was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad, especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Fang Yuan's original plan. He had Transformation Path, Attainment, Level, Wisdom Goo's help, and the foundation of Vaguely Familiar Face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now, with this 50% of Vaguely Familiar Face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Fang Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baisheng had already auctioned the final few immortal goo, the second last immortal goo among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The goo immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many goo immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many goo immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal goo they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry. There were many loopholes. It was not as complete as during the Five Regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection goo's recipe. Qin Baisheng's words attracted the intense attention of many goo immortals. Luck inspection goo. As the name implied, it was an investigative goo worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible. It could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection goo could do so. It could be said that luck inspection goo was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance, especially when some goo immortals had bought some luck path immortal goo, like move luck goo, seal luck goo, transfer luck goo, break luck goo, and so on. They had to be used together with luck inspection goo. Qin Baisheng had his reasons for placing this luck inspection goo's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless goo immortals below the stage, Qin Baisheng continued. This set of luck inspection goo's recipe not only includes mortal goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal goo. What? There is no luck inspection immortal goo? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled. There is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo. It is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal goo, everything related to luck inspection goo is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baisheng's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal goo. Immediately, a goo immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. A rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo. I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal goo, can you protect it? Goo, immortal Guorong's expression changed. He did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 goo immortal, while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat. He scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng, but the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal goo, you can use any resources to exchange for it, be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list. They are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list. The quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in goo refinement. Goo refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path. unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal goo. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively because it did not involve the exchange of immortal goo. The threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most goo immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection goo. Unfortunately, mortal goo had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal goo recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baisheng said that he had luck inspection immortal goo. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduced that immortal goo are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal goo. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, Feng Jiuge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common. They were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection goo's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 goo recipe. With mortal path luck inspection goo, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Goo Master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Goo masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Goo master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this goo, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal goo recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal goo to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this goo recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item, a luck path rank 7 immortal goo, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this goo can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal goo was similar to Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 goo immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal goo, there was no need for any luck inspection goo. It was very practical, as expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, The price continued to rise, surpassing first-place Worldly Wave Trace and second-place Delight in Water and Mountain becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the Rank 8 Goo Immortals 5 Elements Grandmaster used a Rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo and a Rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Goo as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Goo. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fong Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Goo Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique Immortal Goo. In fact, turning misfortune into Fortune Immortal Goo was especially suitable for Spring-Autumn Cicada. The disadvantage of the Spring and Autumn Cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host, but using this Immortal Goo, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into Fortune Immortal Goo's usage was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Goo. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Fong Yuan and characters like the 5 Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Fong Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Yitian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Fong Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Joga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Fong Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 immortal goo. It was called Fortune in Misfortune. This goo's power was profound. It targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Tao marks on their bodies, and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in goo immortal cultivation. Fortune from disaster, immortal goo targeted this. As long as it was used, after a goo immortal passes the tribulation, the Tao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the goo immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Tao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this immortal goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a Metal Path Goo Immortal, Qin Baisheng naturally used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this goo. The following auctions took place one by one. luck immortal goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream goo immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal goo. A rare immortal goo that surpassed luck path and wisdom path, calculation immortal goo. It could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Zhouge. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Feng Yuan. They could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction. It is also the most important item. Qin by Sheng introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the goo immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal goo it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin by Sheng explained. No need to be surprised. I believe many goo immortals have already guessed it. That's right, these 2 were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump. She obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyun. He is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. It is Giant Sun Immortal's trump card goo. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal goo of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo seems to be an expendable goo. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate it? In the hall, a goo immortal suddenly asked. Qin Bai Sheng smiled as he replied. According to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal goo can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal goo below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven goo was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these 2 have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Bai Sheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal goo recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo into an immortal goo worm. Of course, in the process of goo refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing this, most of the goo immortals' eyes almost spat out fire. Some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Bai Sheng's lips curled up. He showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them because they are not immortal goo. There is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price. I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The goo immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted, 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Joga said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier goo immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas goo immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui, Pu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the superforces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the goo immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Fang Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path. He planned to focus on time path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Lands case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, were extremely tempting. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo was rank 8. Fang Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Joga, who bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui, who, this leader of snowy mountain blessed land, the #1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The goo immortals, especially the representatives of the Huangjin bloodline superforces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. Many goo immortals of the Huangjin tribes consoled themselves, but they did not know that Sword Master Yulan, who represented the will of the Prince's impatience, was actually Feng Joga in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next. Everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Bai Sheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired. He had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits. He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many goo immortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Bai Sheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Bai Sheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal goo were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though goo immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the luck path true inheritance essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many goo immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the goo immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted, naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other, but mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the luck path true inheritance, Fang Yuan felt a sense of regret, especially Ma and Zhao. They were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it, but he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side. He could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the goo immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a goo worm, to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first goo immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary goo immortals desired. Goo immortals managed their immortal apertures and used the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores. Green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily. It was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many goo immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several goo immortals, a goo immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal goo and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal goo was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal goo. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling, the transaction failed, and this immortal goo returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a goo immortal captive. Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping goo immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading, but selling goo immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction, was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the goo immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Bai Sheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Bai Sheng introduced, "Some of you might know this Gu Immortal captive. His nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 Fire Path Gu Immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 Heavenly Tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture." Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good. No wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu Immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us Fire Path Gu Immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu Immortals were moved. Fire Path Gu Immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 Heavenly Tribulation and many earthly calamities. Their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not Fire Path Gu Immortals, most Gu Immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu Immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Bai Sheng had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, Wisdom Path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes. The rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for desolate beast corpses, Food Path inheritances or clues, Wisdom Path inheritances or clues, Time Path inheritances or clues. He even asked for Battlebone Will Gu, Whitebone Chariot recipes, Lifespan Gu, and so on. Finally, Loner Hong, you belong to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, in every round, the Gu Immortal only had 1 chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Langya, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies. In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The medicine sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Langya was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number, but the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Bai Sheng's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat. This immortal goo house is actually being sold. Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Ha! Those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lugong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the goo immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. The lone cultivator goo immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal farmer soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of immortal farmer soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools. Didn't you hear Brother Chin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing. I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a wood path immortal goo in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Superforce Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a wood path immortal goo. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted the temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, In Lugong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. In Lugong said coldly, I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Humph, I have a wisdom path, unravel mystery immortal goo. I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoisha spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly. The scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved. His eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly. It should be unravel mystery immortal goo. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 769. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it. Only the rank 7 goo immortals and rank 8 great experts of super forces could compete for it, especially super forces. The allure of an immortal goo house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it. They adopted the auction rules. Qin Baisheng smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat. Your Zombie Alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. In Lugong sighed. The current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end. The price was still rising. Yin Lu Gong was an understanding person. He knew that, at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Fang Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 immortal Gu captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He is the only rank 7 Gu immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Hua High Immortals. They belong to Woodpath. Evidently, using these 4 Gu immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a Space Path Gu immortal. They were not compatible with each other. The allure of these 4 Gu immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, immortal Gu were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good Gu. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Gu that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these immortal Gu are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity and this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future, even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu itself was not something Fang Yuan needed. But in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this Gu as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary Gu, brewing a Dream Path killer move. Dream Path Immortal Killer Move. At this time, the 3 Venerables spread throughout the 5 regions, involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces, and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Gu had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Gu, she did not circulate them. She treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Fang Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes, but Mortal Gu were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Gu. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now, or the Dream Path Immortal Gu that appeared later in Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 venerables, 2 male, and 1 female immortal venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female immortal venerable. In the short term, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Gu. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Gu. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of Gu depended on the user. There was no strongest Gu worm, only the strongest Gu master. Genius Gu masters were often able to combine different Gu worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Gu. He only used Clean's Soul Immortal Goo of Soul Path as the core, along with other mortal goo, to form the immortal killer move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path killer move was the same. The core immortal goo was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used, it was a Dream Path killer move. If I can obtain this goo, I can gather Dream Path goo materials and refine mortal goo one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life. I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms. I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Feng Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path killer move. It was not inferior to Wisdom Goo. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort Goo. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Feng Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it allowed Feng Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Who Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a Goo Immortal. When he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Goo Immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Feng Yuan had ample capital. Goo Immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Goo was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Feng Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Feng Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now it was only third. As for the fourth, it was All-Out Effort Goo. Even though this goo was only a rank 4 mortal goo, the timing was extremely good. It was Feng Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Goo, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Goo at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Who Immortal Blessed Land was good, but if Feng Yuan became a Goo Immortal and had his own blessed land, Who Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Goo, All-Out Effort Goo, and this Dream Path killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path killer move, the core Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioga and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao. They had suffered a huge loss. They had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Goo earlier, and was also a huge customer of Goo Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources. All sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many immortal goo of mainstream paths in the auction and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord by Zhu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortal, and the 3 superforces, Yuan tribe, Morong tribe, and Chanyu tribe. Soon, Chanyu tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan tribe already had their own immortal goo house. Thus, only Morong tribe, the Eastern Sea goo immortal, and Heavenly Lord by Zhu were left to compete. Morong Jin Shao, as the sect leader, I do not have an immortal goo house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea goo immortal persuaded. Morong Jin Shao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Morong tribe's immortal goo house lacks a core immortal goo. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea goo immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore. He raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 immortal goo. It far surpassed the value of the 4 goo immortal captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core immortal goo. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 immortal goo. They are hard to use. 2 immortal goo is already the limit. The 3 parties are already hesitating. The price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete immortal goo recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a woodpath goo cultivator. They are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 immortal goo, only one is woodpath. It comes from Morong tribe. It is an investigative immortal goo. Hee wonderful. Forget about the goo immortal captive I have, Rushing Thunder Hand, Wu Hao. The 3 Hua High Immortals are woodpath goo immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Fang Yuan acted quickly. He immediately contacted Heavenly Lord by Zhu through Qin Bai Sheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock. I do not have a woodpath immortal goo. Morong tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock. Heavenly Lord by Zhu was moved. He took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery immortal goo, then put up the 3 Hua High Immortals. The seller's eyes shined after hesitating. He chose Heavenly Lord by Zhu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra immortal goo, one of them even had a woodpath immortal goo. But Heavenly Lord by Zhu offered a movement immortal goo and 3 woodpath immortal apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord by Zhu had little interest in the 3 Hua High Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord by Zhu, he did not lose anything. He still had to pay 2 immortal goo. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery immortal goo, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery immortal goo. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord by Zhu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery immortal goo. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord by Zhu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, Nobody knew that unravel mystery immortal goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident. It was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side. Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai by Yunsheng. Tai by Yunsheng quickly transmitted, "Not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event. It seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back?" Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land. They had relied on the whole earth goo that Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear. It was unwise to rashly use whole earth goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first. Then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful. There will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals, they had the same awareness as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, when everyone left the blessed land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged. The crucial point is that this mission was something that Leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If Leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target, above the crimson reed marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Medicine's sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine sovereign, he had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently, I have the intention to establish a family. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan, with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a superforce. Giant Sun, immortal, ruled the world. Northern Plains was his homeland, the land of dragon prosperity. All along, the superforces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the Golden Bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first Supreme Elder of a Righteous Path force, would have a huge impact on both Demonic Path and Lone Cultivator factions. Yao Huang's expression did not change. His smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together. There is no time like the present. Why don't we have a good chat today? How about it? Ha! That is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the immortal Gu House medicine hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited Old Ancestor Shui, who he rejected. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shui, who made a huge investment buying Ma Hongyun and the precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hongyun as the main material to recreate fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo, and use it on himself. As the representative of the prince's impatiences, Feng Joga, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu immortals. Feng Joga smiled as he looked around at the crowd. "I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Joga has great methods and guts. I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun we can soul search her and find many precious clues. We can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal goo. What should we do now?" The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke one after another. They were clearly following Feng Joga's lead. Feng Joga laughed heartily. Along the way, he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal goo for everyone. Using Feng Joga's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Joga also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart. They were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Joga, this was enough. "Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect," Feng Joga said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Joga continued, "But this person has concealed himself deeply. I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng. He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path Gu immortal. I know this person. He is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult." Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. "He Langzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe." A Gu immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. "Humph, why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently, hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today." A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious eastern sea, rank 8 Gu immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. He Langzi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. "He Langzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf? A lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? Humph, if you have guts, fight me to your heart's content. Let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked. The other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are Heicheng? Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. And Fairy Jiangyu, why is the demonic path's Shui Song Zi with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. Heicheng, you are a He tribe Gu immortal. You have the Huang Jin bloodline, like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake. It is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong'er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade. Heicheng. Shui Song Zi laughed heartily. If your big brother Chanyu Shang-yi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xia-san, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense nor your brother's speed. You will definitely lose today. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression turned even uglier. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Heicheng, shouting, Heicheng, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. Do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone. You will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. Heicheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiangyu's words, he became firm. He did not speak. Instead, he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chanyu Zhong'er. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy mountain, blessed land. Third branch peak. Green light flickered as Tai by Yunqing appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal. He had few Dao marks on him. Thus, the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting Gu immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are not responding due to the alliance agreement. We have to react to this situation. Search. The most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed. They seem to be sleeping. Tai by Yunqing had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. It's dangerous. Don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. They are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Chapter 771. Dream Realm. Tai by Yunqing heard Fang Yuan's words, and his gaze flickered. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore starry sky blessed land. They met with danger in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai by Yunqing of this matter. Thus, when Tai by Yunqing heard the word dream realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly. No, Wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction. They were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. Oh, Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, during the middle and late stages of the Five Regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the Five Regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu Immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunsheng was helpless. He could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses. It was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough. I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it, Tai Bai Yunsheng has a kind nature. If I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first three were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path, and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan, especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu, as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu Immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction. The profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement, not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths. It was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive immortal Gu, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu Immortal move. But no matter which Gu Immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Gu, but Gu Immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu Immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu Immortal's life. Only during the Five Regions' chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu Immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu Immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Shui, who, he has his own grotto heaven. He does not usually stay here. Why is he here? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Shui, whose grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you quickly come to the main hall to see me. I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestors' command. The demonic path Gu Immortals replied in unison. Gu Immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old ancestor Shui will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel. Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan. She did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave, and is the most crucial person in the True Yang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom, boom, boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language. "Chan Yu Zhong, where are you going?" The pitiful figure was Chan Yu Zhong. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression, "He Lang Zi, Hei Cheng, don't go overboard. I will fight you to the death. Immemorial flame axe." His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky. It was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move. It had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yu Zhong's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jiangyu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Lang Zi away. Damn it! Chan Yu Zhong gritted his teeth. His heart sank to rock bottom. His furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. "You are distracted." Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yu Zhong was shocked. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chan Yu Zhong. "This distance is enough. Now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead." Chan Yu Zhong's movements froze, his body stiffened, and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yu Zhong was shocked. Ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. "Quickly help me," the black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, Hei Cheng and Shui Songzi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortals' souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul, lead immortal Gu was like this. It was like a tug of war. Disregarding everything else, it was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, Hei Cheng, and Shui Songzi worked together. Against Chan Yu Zhong, they had a huge advantage. "I am unresigned. I hate this so much. Let me go." Chan Yu Zhong could not resist it. His soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chan Yu Zhong's blessed land. "So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do?" Chan Yu Zhong's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands. He shouted angrily, "No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake." Fairy Jiangyu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chan Yu Zhong, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood. His face was shrouded in darkness. His voice was hoarse. Qin Baisheng was plotted against. Humph. So, This sword master Yulan is a central continent Gu immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Baisheng. We need to save him. Fairy Jiangyu's tone was anxious. She did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal, and He Lang Zi followed closely behind. Only He Chung and Xue Song Zi were left behind. Lord He Chung, should we follow? Xue Song Zi was hesitant. He Chung looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared. He had many methods and great strength. His relationship with Fairy Jiang Yu was clearly not ordinary. Xue Songzi was hesitant, but so was He Chung. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as me. We might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. He Cheng's gaze flickered. He flew up and chased after Fairy Jiangyu and the rest. Xue Song Zi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff, huff, huff. Qin Baisheng breathed roughly. He had dozens of injuries on his body. Some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baisheng, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baisheng, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Xue from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng frowned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! A foreign person sneaking into my Northern Plains. Intruder! Let me tell you, I am a man of Northern Plains. I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry before I die. I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jioge sighed, helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jioge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier. He had his pride. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jioge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng. His expression was calm, and his tone was plain. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 773. One move. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and Nu Erdu, killing Baikan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rangzun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire Northern Plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me. But it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal. You want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Jioge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Jioge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated, I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped. He looked at Feng Zhouge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Zhouge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it and bowed to Feng Zhouge solemnly. "I have not asked for your name." Feng Zhouge returned the greeting. "I am Feng Zhouge." Qin Baisheng's expression changed. "So you are the #1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. No wonder. Ha ha. Then come, let me see your power." As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Zhouge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Zhouge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent. Instead, they were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the #1 person? "I'd like to measure your weight." Feng Zhouge breathed in deeply, sang slowly, "This song is called Green Jade Song. Please enjoy it." The other Central Continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. "Come." Qin Baisheng shouted. His gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged. He had a heroic aura. "Snowy mountain, blessed land. 3rd peak. This time, it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui, who, even me, I might not be able to save her life." In the secret room, Fairy thanked Feng Yuan and Fairy Tai Baisheng, and Immortal. Gu immortal was Gu immortal, she Gu, and by immortals of the Emu, of course, she of them, of course, was Gu was she by once his identity was exposed. He would be hunted down by the Gu immortal world. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. "Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng would be implicated. These 3 were tied to the same rope." "Sigh." Fairy Li Shan sighed. "I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you 2 have a way to wake little Lan up?" Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said solemnly, "Difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan, you were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm. Even if we kill her, she will not wake up." Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. "If it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way. Feng Yuan, it seems that you have a way." Feng Yuan chuckled. "He Lulan is quite lucky. I obtained a Gu at the auction. It can be used to create a dream path killer move. It can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal Gu is not enough. We need the help of many mortal Gu." Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, "I can help with this. Feng Yuan, what materials do you need to refine Gu? You can tell me. I will do my best to satisfy your request." But Feng Yuan shook his head. "These dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths. The entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details." Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world. They were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's. It could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path Gu worms. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result. It was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Feng Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Feng Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Feng Yuan's situation and experiences, especially the Guts Gu transaction. Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This Junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched air sac goo and could actually transfer guts goo. Now, he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create. I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person. I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned. She was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature. She was not surprised. She smiled. The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal yuan stone, immortal goo recipes, or immortal materials do you want? Just name it. Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled. I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength goo and strength chi goo in He Lulan's hands. 2 lives, 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are Shaolan's core goo worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 goo worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we are discovered, Shaolan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Shaolan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them. It was just that it would take some time. Thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, Wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk. Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears. Fang Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. Sigh, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path, immortal goo, are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right. I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything. Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength chi goo are He Lulan's immortal goo. How can you make the decision? Forget it. We are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining Dream Path goo worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunqing and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunqing was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunqing had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do, as you say, 2 immortal gu, but you can only choose between strength chi and strength chi. I can make the decision for little Lan. The remaining immortal gu will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth. This is my bottom line. Don't force me anymore. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but be moved. He sighed. He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength chi and self chi were good, but Fang Yuan had obtained several new strength path immortal gu. He did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What, you want Mountain Pledge gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge immortal gu was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge immortal gu allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains gu immortal world. Once Mountain Pledge gu was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke? A joke? Don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge immortal gu. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several immortal gu here. You can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Fang Yuan was still thinking about that slavery immortal gu in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal gu, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This immortal gu is not bad. I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an immortal gu and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this immortal gu not long ago. It was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This gu was called Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal gu. It expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him. Fang Yuan, if you really choose this gu, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this time, luck immortal gu from Qin Bai Sheng as a reward. If ordinary gu immortals use this gu, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead. I am afraid you cannot use this gu. You might as well choose other immortal gu. Oh, so it is like that. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Gu path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A gu master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan gu could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, Goo immortals valued their lives even more than Goo masters. They valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Sheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Goo immortal world. Even so, not a single lifespan Goo was auctioned. Instead, in mortal Goo masters transactions, lifespan Goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After Goo masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a Goo immortal. They would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status and life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, Goo immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal Goo masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the Goo master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyue or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for Goo immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Lishan was naturally a Goo immortal. Time Luck Immortal Goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Lishan had a crucial method. Fairy Lishan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Lishan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed. "In that case, I need this immortal Goo even more." Fairy Lishan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal Goo. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified mortal Goo recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck Immortal Goo needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan." "So, it's like that." Fairy Lishan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan. "When we bought this Goo recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck Immortal Goo. Now, it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Goo immortal, Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time were both Time Path Goo worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Lishan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck Immortal Goo to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, "Precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move. Even if we cannot create a way to use Time Luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend Time Luck Immortal Goo to you. At that time, You can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck. It will be the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, immortal goo are unique. Time luck immortal goo is in your hands. You naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would time luck immortal goo be lent to me? Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With time luck immortal goo in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Fang Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out time luck immortal goo. Her plan was to use time luck immortal goo and this immortal killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other goo immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help, but she did not want the two-strength path immortal goo to end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus, she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it, just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness. If not for time luck immortal goo, he might not even want the other goo worms. If he really wants the two-strength path immortal goo, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use immortal goo when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster, because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable, wrapping around little Lan tightly. She could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed. It could be said that Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person. She schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian'er died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie. She only concealed it. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not wake up He Lulan because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Fang Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Fang Yuan take away time luck immortal goo. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Fang Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted two immortal goo. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement. He had profited greatly, but he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Fang Yuan wanted the two-strength path immortal goo, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb. Fang Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay two immortal goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than immortal goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately set off, returning to her immortal blessed land and quickly refining many dream path mortal goo to form an immortal killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the demonic path goo immortals, and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to immortal blessed land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu immortals surrounded the two people in the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground. His back was bent. He supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated. Almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Zhuge. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade. It was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew. The sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind. The thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baisheng's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly. The jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baisheng. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move. They blocked Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baisheng's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Zhuge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Zhuge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baisheng. His tone was full of praise. That's right, this is the Green Jade Song I created. It can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. All right, you are a true man. It is too much of a pity for you to die like this. Searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Zhuge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Zhuge, Qin Baisheng is an expert of the Northern Plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Zhuge would kill Qin Baisheng. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baisheng's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baisheng's wealth. Qin Baisheng was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Zhuge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer Move Gentleman's bamboo. In the face of Feng Zhuge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Zhuge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baisheng, they might be even worse off. Feng Zhuge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baisheng lost his battle intent. The Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves, no wonder Feng Zhuge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying, even against a rank 8 Gu immortal. it would not be inferior. The young wisdom path Gu Immortal that Feng Joga called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers. A colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core Immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu Immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu Immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced. He sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baisheng not to play any tricks. Qin Baisheng's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Joga, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you. I lost the bet. You can ask me anything, but you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baisheng said, The Central Continent Gu Immortals were unhappy. They frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Joga smiled. No matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baisheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, whose sole delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Qin Baisheng was stunned. Fang Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes. He felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baisheng immediately said, This seller is called Sha Huang. He is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Joga muttered, Continue. Qin Baisheng continued. I have not known this person for long. The reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu and found that this person's luck was not ordinary. Thus, I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious. He seems to have a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 Gu immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baisheng's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baisheng growled in pain. He quickly focused his mind and activated Healing Immortal Gu. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable. His body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Joga looked at Qin Baisheng before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baisheng's words were all true. Thus, Feng Joga asked, Second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baisheng heard this, and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent immortals looked at Qin Baisheng, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky, a figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Joga, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal Gu. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Joga shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to make a move, but I found out that this person has a soul explosion method. Just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this. The Gu immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Zhuge said with deep meaning, "Just look at this colorless tender bamboo. You will know that I am not lying." Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic. "It is all thanks to Lord Feng Zhuge. Now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit." Feng Zhuge nodded. "Next, we will split into two groups. One group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best." The Central Continent Gu immortals listened to him. They split into two groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. "This place, how can it be?" Looking at the green jade land, He Langzi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. "Oh no, Qin Baisheng was ambushed. They have already fought." He Chung was experienced. Seeing this, his expression sank. "Fairy Jiang, you quickly took out an investigative Gu worm. After inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baisheng was not captured. He escaped and went that way." Fairy Jiang Yu's investigative method made He Chung, Shuesong Zi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Gu immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiang Yu's manipulation, more than 10 Gu immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors. Some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Zhuge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Gu immortals attacked. Qin Baisheng actually escaped. Shuesong Zi was surprised. "There are only 5 of us. How can we trap Qin Baisheng?" "Don't worry, I have my methods." The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiang, you stored the Gu worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. "Go, he is in that direction. Let's chase after him." Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg, gasp. So many of them. Fang Yuan, you are crafty and cunning. You really did not disappoint me. Land Spirit of Langya buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful, but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity, but also of good quality. The Land Spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Fang Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by Land Spirit of Langya. But in the end, Fang Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense vigilance. "Rascal, what are you up to now?" He was truly afraid of being tricked by Fang Yuan. "Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men. They are raised well. Almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement. My batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine. Help me refine Gu, and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid. This is a fair transaction." Fang Yuan said warmly. Chapter 776. Who Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Fang Yuan was floating above Dang Hun Mountain. In his original form, he was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. He had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Dang Hun Mountain. He suddenly shouted, "Pulling Mountain!" At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble. At first, this sound was only a slight sound. But in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder. The entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under Fang Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body. This was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Dang Hun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, whose immortal land spirit's mouth was slightly agape, she had an expression of shock. Rise again. Fang Yuan wanted to experiment to reach this step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body. They were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter. At the same time, Fang Yuan's speed of raising Dang Hun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Fang Yuan activated Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks were scattered all over his body. They were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together. Some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The Strength Path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Goo. The power of the Immortal Goo did not change, but when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Fang Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Dang Hun Mountain rose to a height of 2 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Dang Hun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled, thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Fang Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore, and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later, in front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Fang Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Goo Immortal, my Strength Path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength under the resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo will continuously expend Immortal Essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence. The Immortal Essence expenditure seems huge, but considering that the target is Dang Hun Mountain, the expenditure is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a mystical land that could produce Guts Goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Even Snowy Mountain could not compare to such an important and precious land. Based on this, Fang Yuan guessed that if he were to uproot other ordinary mountains, it would be much easier than Dang Hun Mountain. What a great pulling mountain! After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and praised softly, feeling very satisfied. After all, any mountain could not be easily uprooted or moved. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Casually uprooting them would destroy them if the roots were broken. According to Chi Path's description, the entire world was made up of heaven and earth chi. The two chi converged and fluctuated endlessly, forming all sorts of natural sceneries. For example, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formed from abundant heaven chi, mixed with earth chi. As for mountain peaks and hills, they were formed from the accumulation of earth chi, mixed with some heaven chi. It was always easier to destroy than to build. Mountains were easy to destroy, but not easy to move. The mountain roots were connected to the earth, and the earth chi intertwined, like the foundation of a tall building. If one forcefully uprooted it, the earth chi would be cut and the mountain would be destroyed. But Pulling Mountain had a mystical ability. It could directly cut off the earth chi and not damage the mountain. After falling down, it could connect with the earth chi. This was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Pulling Mountain, pulling water. Next, I will try this strength path, immortal goo. Fang Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with Little Who Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the eastern side of the blessed land, floating in front of the lake. On the eastern side of Who Immortal blessed land, there were lakes of all sizes. In the past, Fang Yuan connected the east and north, using water to extinguish the fire. During this period, countless rockmen were sacrificed. Right now, there were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups living in the lake. Above the lake, there was a continuous stretch of dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass, forming a grassland in the sky. In the grassland, groups of starlight fireflies were flying everywhere. Among the ordinary fireflies, there was a high proportion of starlight firefly goo. Thus, on the eastern side of Who Immortal blessed land, although the dark clouds were dense, the stars were shining brightly. In the sky, there was a stark cloud grassland, while on the ground, there were lakes of all sizes, sparkling and reflecting the light of the stars. Fang Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake and activated Pulling Water Immortal Goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside, but they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up. Not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed. Large numbers of water plants were piled up together. There were also rocks, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers moved. The formless force changed. The huge lake water, like soft mud. Fang Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere. Sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running. Sometimes it looked like clouds moving. But no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun, fun. Little Who Immortal, who was watching from the side. Her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunqing was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal Gu are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Gu immortal. Against mortal Gu masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two Gu, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move Myriad Self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with Myriad Self, because the concept of Myriad Self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of time, as for how to fuse these two strength path immortal Gu into Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried. He was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing Gu recipes, immortal Gu recipes, mortal killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, and Delight in Water and Mountain, while he obtained Iron Crown, Eagle Strength Gu, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength, and Unravel Mystery. They were all good Gu. The key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. That's right, I have the Desolate Beast Bat Corpse now. I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat Strength Immortal Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu can be used to increase my Strength Path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my Strength Path Immortal Gu will be. I also need to refine Inch of Time, Memory Thought Gu, Malicious Thought Gu, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Fang Yuan would definitely be extremely busy. He would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it. He was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Bai Yunxing reminded. Don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan. The most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu and combine them into an immortal killer move to save He Lulan. I understand this. Go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but smile. These last days, Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens, inform me. I will rush back immediately. Fang Yuan frowned. Be careful. We exposed many things in the auction. Ma and Zhao are also exposed. This is not good for us. Chapter 777. Light rain fell, and Qing Mao Mountain looked even more verdant in the rain. Fang Yuan sat quietly in the room, facing his brother Fang Zheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? All these years, uncle and aunt have raised us painstakingly, but you actually reported them to the clan's elder council. This is simply ungrateful. Fang Zheng stood in front of Fang Yuan with his head held high and chest puffed out, reprimanding him righteously. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was like ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Next, he inspected his body and saw that in his rank 3 aperture there were liquor worm, all-out effort goo, and so on. Fang Yuan's heart settled, thinking, this cultivation is equivalent to when I was in 3 Kings' blessed land. At this time, Fang Zheng shouted agitatedly, there is still some time before the Elder Council starts the trial. Brother, you can still withdraw your case now. If you really report it, your reputation will be ruined. The surrounding people will look down on you, and I will not acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Fang Yuan chuckled, standing up and walking towards Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's confusion barrier. Fang Yuan was aware of this, but he endured the disgust in his heart, walking past Fang Zheng and towards the door. Brother! Fang Zheng suddenly turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan was unable to move forward. He turned around and looked at his brother, the disgust in his heart becoming even more intense. He had an urge to slap Fang Zheng's face and then walk away, but Fang Yuan became calmer. He lightly grabbed Fang Zheng's arm, slowly exerting force, trying to get rid of him. But immediately, Fang Zheng grabbed Fang Yuan with his other hand. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked Fang Zheng to the ground. Fang Zheng was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Only then did Fang Yuan regain his freedom. He turned around and strode away. He walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He arrived at the meeting hall of the Guyue clan. The elders sat on the 2 sides of the table. The patriarch sat on the high seat in the middle. He looked down at Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan examined himself and realized that he was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Fang Zheng was also kneeling. Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he had just kicked Fang Zheng. Emotions surged in his heart. It made the dreamland bewildering barrier even stronger. In the first scene earlier, there was only 1 small room and 2 people. Right now, the meeting hall here was even more spacious than the small room, and there were close to 10 people, but their faces were blurry. Only Fang Zheng's face was clear. Fang Yuan's gaze moved around. He only stared at the patriarch for a bit longer before the patriarch's face started to become clearer. Fang Yuan quickly turned his gaze away. He stopped looking. The more he looked, the more memories he had. The dream realm became even more lifelike. The more worrying thing was that it would affect his emotions. Once he fell in love, he would fall into the dreamland bewildering barrier. Fang Yuan did not have the help of a dream path, immortal goo. Once he fell into the bewildering barrier, it would be hard for him to escape. Where are the goo refinement materials in this dream? Don't tell me they are not in the second scene, but deeper? Fang Yuan searched with his gaze, but couldn't find anything. Just as he was pondering, the patriarch spoke. Next, an elder came out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing uncle and aunt for embezzling his parents' inheritance. As a witness, Fang Zheng spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything. He felt more disgust in his heart. There was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another. Their words were biased towards Fang Zheng's side. They did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. uncle and aunt appeared, they had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation. There was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it. They sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance. Do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus, he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong. There is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass goo is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Fang Zheng kowtowed repeatedly, Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Fang Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity. He deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave. The surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Fang Yuan recall by Gu Mountain in southern border. Because of Gray Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped by Gu Mountain, escaping from Bai Clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the White Bone Cave that he had experienced before. Fang Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Guyue brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless Gu masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Fang Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries because he was the only guts goose seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Fang Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Fang Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Fang Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time, the goo refinement time was even shorter. He only completed 30% before being discovered by Fang Zheng. "He is here," Fang Zheng shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, sending Fang Zheng flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Fang Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Fang Yuan was in danger. He quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into minced meat. "Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death." Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted. His suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless. It could be said to be endless. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle, he had to be fully focused. His emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity goo in his memories. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined a dream path goo worm. The pursuers arrived. Fang Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, "Time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The darkness faded, revealing the scene of Dang Hun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His hands were clenched. He was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream, he was holding the newly refined dream path mortal goo. Now that he returned to reality, this dream path mortal goo was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan was not flustered. He looked into his mind, only to see that in his mind, a dream path mortal goo was floating. All sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first dream path mortal goo is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. Chapter 778. "Scoundrel, where are you going?" Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the 3 immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioga. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. But at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the Dao Mark door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Goo Immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioga stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives." What? The immortal zombies were furious. "Scoundrel, you can't escape. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me?" A muscular immortal zombie said angrily. "Be careful, it might be a trap." A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Goo Immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jioge, they formed an encirclement perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jioge chuckled lightly. Removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance, the aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. So what if it is an ambush? You have 4. I have 4. Both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak. It is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You outer region Gu immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains zombie alliance? Humph. That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke. Their morale was set. Feng Jioge clapped as he smiled. By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jioge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, "Your alliance's Dao Mark Gate is really powerful. I admire it very much." Although he had heard rumors about this before, but he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao Mark Gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The 4 immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jioge sighed. His tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. "I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate, if you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely." Humph, shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jioge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status. He had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first. Followed by the other 3 immortal zombies, they split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jioge's smile did not diminish. He lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak. He did not need to fight. On the left and right, 2 Central Continent Gu immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Gu immortals had the upper hand. Their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the 2 Central Continent Gu immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen. He stopped. The other 3 immortal zombies also had low morale. They had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance. Ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Jioga's smile deepened. He asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Sha Huang. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said, Oh. Feng Jioga's eyes flashed with joy. He said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Jiangyu and the rest were all injured. They breathed roughly. They were in a pathetic state. Humph. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, you can forget about it. Qin Bai Sheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jiangyu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before. You are our leader. Humph. Qin Bai Sheng's expression was cold. He was still vigilant. Nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Bai Sheng shouted angrily without hesitation, since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed goo immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul. That is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 goo immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem. It is too perfect. The user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. My lord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, my lord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiang, you said, as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Bai Sheng looked at this immortal goo, silent. Fairy Jiangyu continued, Actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you. Feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Bai Sheng. He really gave it to me. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Bai Sheng was very vigilant. He used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside, and this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo. Scoundrel! This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This, Shui Songzi cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal gu, but it was crushed just like that. He Chung was also slightly shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Chung could not help but ask himself, if it was him facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy Yu, the black-robed Gu Immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiang Yu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal Gu would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. Humph, what is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Chung, Shui Songzi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley? Qin Baisheng took a few glances, his mind shaking, as expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiang, you waved her sleeves again. Countless gu worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm gu as the foundation, forming a super gu formation. The gu formation activated with great power. Hilang Zi, He Chung, Shui Songzi, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baisheng screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of gu worms, including many immortal gu, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands, his voice was deep, and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground. He Chung and Shui Songzi bowed slightly. As for Hilang Zi, he was still arrogant and unruly. He crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything. He snorted coldly. Feng Joga, I will remember this. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jiang, did you only find these people? With just these people, we cannot take down Langya Blessed Land. It was my fault. Fairy Jiang, you quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. He Chung and Shui Songzi's expressions changed slightly. Hilang Zi opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared. Qin Baisheng, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me?